Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be continuing our Great Ace Attorney playthrough today. Let's see, Sky is intruding a little bit. See him in the upper right. He's getting some chin scratches right now. He needs a little bit of attention. Well, he demands a little bit of attention or else he's going to wreck stuff. Let's see, who else? We can see Ember in the left side. Clearly bath time. And bottom center, a little tricky to spot them. Sherbet is in the little house there. And then I believe it was Mason that hopped down. A little tricky balance there. I almost should pull that camera back a little bit so that you can see more of the lower space as well, though when the cats are on the bottom side of it, they're still obscured a bit by the curtain in the cat tree. Been a relatively slow day. I still need to upload the scheduled videos for the coming week. I've got a bit of a buffer still. Oh, Sammy's entered camera. Still need to work on getting a new transition too. That one is very processing intensive. Camera jammed a little bit there. You can see it frozen as it was restarting. But yeah, Ace Attorney today. Let's switch on over to that. Doo-doo. Now, we had ended yesterday just before the maid, who was also the juror, who was also one of the landlords of the accused, was going to be forced to go onto the stand. Because it's been implied that she may have accidentally killed the victim. We know that the victim was passing right under the window where she was throwing stuff to try to hit her husband, and the top hinged casement window would have deflected everything down to the street. The victim was holding one of the books that would have been thrown during that. So they haven't stated it, but a potential theory is, well, they've strongly implied it, that knife may have been thrown, is that the victim stopped to pick up the burning book, and in doing so, got hit by the knife. But we'll have to see. I wonder if the chip on the tip of the knife is going to be a relevant thing, because it was kind of called out, you know. All right, let's get in there. Here we go, picking right back up. Witness, state your name and occupation. Yes, my name is Joan Garrideb. She is posing as the household maid because that gives their home more status, but she is the wife. Yeah, she is the wife. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. Court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. It's a great deal of jiggle in that face. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Didn't know you were here, John. If you didn't see when they were the VOD when we, if you weren't here for the stream or didn't watch the VOD, which you can find on the on my YouTube channel. Seamless plug. When viewed from the side, he has like a crescent moon facial shape between his beard, his hair, and whatnot. And she's always so when he was sitting, he was always facing kind of to the left. Partly because he didn't want to show the massive slap mark on his face. But additionally, to create the moon motif that matches her more sun motif. He has sharper angles in his lanky. She has smoother contours and is short and plump. So there's a great deal of like matching opposites going on in their designs. Oh, look at that. Haven't seen her look so enamored. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? You can see his left shoulder is higher. He is leaning on a metal cane. Apparently, he took an arrow, a shot to the knee, and that's what caused him to leave service in the military. Though she also has a propensity of pouring hot tea on his leg whenever he does something that she disapproves of. So one has to wonder if the injury should not have healed already if it were not for her. Don't worry about that. Hardly notice it. Not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb. That's the pipe on the little plate there. Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes. Quite. Cavil. Believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. The Battle of Caradeb. Oh, excellent. This is going to be good. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. If you're referring to a household argument or dispute, in military engagement terms, such as a skirmish, um, you can definitely recall the reason. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. See, she's being more honest. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that belly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. I want... So this very strongly implies that there will be another day of investigation. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. Be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Based on the way that she claims that she acts during them, I feel like his description of events is actually in apt terms. Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Von Zieks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm afraid so. Gavel. Very well, counsel, begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Miss Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. A likely story. She still doesn't believe that the note wasn't to him. I can't recall what name was on it, but it wasn't to a John. These waters run very deep. What transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens that there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. The most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning they can't get any water at night. Though that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. This may be relevant later. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. It's most certainly not true of the Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, and a napkin.
Excuse me.
All of those were very soft things comparatively. Did you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadab. Don't shoot. Sorry, beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. Wow. Even when he's not holding a teacup for her to pour into, she finds a way to scald him. Normally, you'd expect it to be a scolding, but she takes it one step further. Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me, ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here, and how is she keeping it so hot? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, The tape on his pipe. Your pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. Would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important. It's always important. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may well be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. You'd think, given her temperament, that he would go out of his way not to have knives in the household. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Apparently, it fell to the floor during a domestic dispute he had with his wife, and broke. Nope, I didn't speak out of turn. Was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Look at the pipe. Look at it. Yep. Fragment of knife. It's the chip off the tip of the knife blade. Something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here. Surprised that it still is capable of working, though. Kind of wondering how it would have gotten. Well, maybe it fell in and just managed to get lodged. Maybe tamped it down. I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? Tiny fragment of metal. It's like the tip of a blade or something. Yeah, she accidentally killed the lady. Well, rendered comatose with knife. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. Tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim. What can you tell? Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing.
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets, too. And then there's my leather work. Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. We have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at meal times, too, instead of a knife and fork. I mean, it was a very large period of history where not only did you only use a knife in your hands, you also brought your own knife. Now, Joan, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of set... Don't want people thinking I'm a savage, but you, on the other hand. Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? Imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Well, on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir. I like how he took down the metal from his wall, the metal that he didn't think was a big deal. Or, I'm sorry, he proclaimed wasn't a big deal, and put it on before coming in. We should be able to call this out with the knife fragment. So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof? Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent. You forget, my Nipponese friend. Point. It is yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. There was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Allusions to fingerprint analysis. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch a thing, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. That this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. Only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. The extent of their testimony, isn't it? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. Can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony. But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident. Yeah, I know. Sure, both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. We could find even a tiny shred of evidence. It would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything. Yes, it would. So for Soseki's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. We already did. We just need to deploy it.
Objection.
Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to take a look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must D very doozy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to just be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. My pipe, you say? My Jove, I wonder how that got there. What precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Smack. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. I like how her empty chair in the jury box right now, the chair back went to red. As if her decision is no longer listed, you know. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, counsel. Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of the entire case?
Take that!
This is the jackknife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. Gasp. Oh wow, Zeeks looked like he'd been shot. Good grief, Lord Von Zeeks. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Oh, she's standing on a crate. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Von Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. I still love onslaught used here. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. Would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. Even the way they shiver, he has the sweat and his lip quiver vertically. She quivers side to side. In the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrideb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrideb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that was when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. See, her lips are going left and right, and she has like a back and forth shake along with the general vibration. He has his lip quivering up and down. Neat little details, neat character design. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. Ah. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrideb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh. No. Oh. The entire back of his outfit is scorched, with the seat of the pants a big hole now. Oh, we didn't even get to see him pour that bottle. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Wine. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry. But after all, it is just a theory. A murder theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... Oot! It's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What? Lord Von Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. This is she reached down to pick up the book. Yes, in her... Gasp! Smack! Yeah, that is not a light slap. That is a full put your back into it slap to leave that kind of print. Either that or he has the thinnest of skin now. That's right, you silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that had struck her had fallen from above, smash! There's no possible way it could have planted itself in the victim's back. This is an order of operations problem. Is the assertion or the assumption that they're all making is that she was stabbed by the knife and thus fell over. But I think what happened is that she crouched down to pick up the book and then was stabbed. Thump. Gavel! Quite right. You see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, he's lost for words. Look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. Gavel. It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Miss Susato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you are on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. Point? A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Yeah, it shows he was lit on fire as well in the process. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. Dramatic gaze. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel. There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. They made a big deal that she was holding that book while on the ground. Both when they described the scene and also when the police officer mentioned how she was when he moved the body, that he had, before he moved the body, she still had the book in her hand. Can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife came to be lodged in the victim's back is the book.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Gerdeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Ah, well, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By jingo. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Gerdeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Miss Gerdeb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman, in fact, did. She picked up the book. Oh, heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. The wrath of God in the form of a falling jackknife. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over, picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark of the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. Very Looney Tunes series of events happening here. Like, first the book, the altercation leading to the burning bookshelf. She snatches the burning book off the shelf while he is frantically trying to open the window and put the fire out, lobs that at him, misses, it goes out the window, falling down in front of the victim here. She bends down to pick up the book at just about the same time that Miss Garrett grabs a knife and throws that at her husband, which hits his pipe, snapping the tip off of the knife. Now, for it to do that, and we can see that it notched the lip of the pipe as well, it probably sent the knife spinning, which then arced out, probably up and out of the window, to fall down and then plant itself blade down into the back of the other person. Which, again, series of unfortunate events. And then the witnesses seeing her drop, Natsume seeing her drop, as if she had collapsed, which gave the impression that she had been struck, and that's what caused her to fall, as opposed to she leaned down and then was hit. Very good, very good. And it feels right. Given the data that we have, this feels like a plausible series of events. That's good. Very good. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Or Miss Garrideb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I mean, another way to view it is you just barely avoided stabbing your husband to death. I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John dear, it's all right, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. held out for quite a while. She was half that size in her wedding photo. Like, he was easily holding her up. Maybe like a quarter smaller, like 3/4 that size. And he was easily holding her up to his chest. She has grown larger, and he has aged. Lord Von Zeeks, what's the news of Miss Garadeb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital, where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange, we've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. Gavel. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Just the shiftiest looking guy, isn't he? Yes. But additionally, like, he was always talking about how, like, oh, I can hear them talking about me. They're always, the sort of they're out to get me kind of vibe. Based on what the landlords and whatnot were saying, people were talking about him behind his back when he passed. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't get to see more of his posing during this, but I wonder if we're about to see it. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Gavel. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. Reminds me, there was a TV series called Dead Like Me, where the gimmick was that some people that died, it was kind of an unfinished business kind of vibe, would act as reapers. They would go to a location and essentially claim a soul, pull the soul from the body just before they die or as they're dying. but there was another creature that would appear to orchestrate the death. These little gremlin things that would set in motion usually like strange series of events to lead to somebody's death. Like, you know, pushing something off of a shelf to cause it to fall on a table and catapult something kind of stuff. Has that same vibe here. Like one of them tilting the window just so it would deflect things. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were fooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Von Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the East, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. You declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know that what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. Say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Such a dangerous courtroom mechanism. Especially the blast of flames right at the end. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsumi, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. And now that we've emitted a great deal of fire into the air, let's dump confetti on it and set off fireworks in this wooden building. The fact that the prior defendant died in a fire seems like it must be a common occurrence in this setting. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Yes, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. I'm kind of upset that we only got to see this once during this whole proceeding. You counsels, court is adjourned. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation. Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah! 2 in a row. Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink. What happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal locum lawyer. Oh. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. I mean, like, the sentence plays into his paranoia, but the look at that little hunchback, all of the jurors were referring to him in those kind of terms. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. So much consonance. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born." A lot of poetry in his soul. Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. Ah, an anecdote. Is that what's to become of all my hard work? There you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. What a pleasure to see you. I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No. Then my haste was in vain? It's you. Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir? That is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really. But that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki. Sholmes tends to be, like, physically off the mark. Like he is looking in the wrong direction and leaps to conclusions based on that. But every now and then he has that really sharp mind. Like that moment there where he just kind of called the guy out. Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Oh, Lord Von Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. I wonder if it will happen again. I wonder if he's going to die. It will be all right, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. And she lobs Naruhodo through the air to demonstrate. With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. It is my lot in life to GTFO. It's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all. I intend to do this for completely non-cowardly reasons. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. I see. A work of literature by Soseki could be an interesting read. What about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room. Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor and ceiling. And walls. Bonus! It's got walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. My, an evil spirit? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. It's the cat. Well, think about it, if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out, then. Decision has already been made for you, sir. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say. But thank you, and yes. He twitches his left cheek and right eyebrow in sequence. Together. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. Hey there, Galacticness. Galactic. It's galactic. Tricky, but hello nonetheless. It shan't be long. How you doing? It is that name is an uncommon series of syllables, let's say. Doing okay. Currently wearing both of my wrist gauntlets, though, to try to get the carpal tunnel back under control. It can be a little uncomfortable. Mostly the binding, you know. I made the grave mistake of using a gamepad for any period of time. Locum. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. Well, no worries there. Glad to have you for what time you have available. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. I'm gonna look. Okay. He's calling him essentially stand-in, since Naruhodo is essentially taking the place of Kazuma. Sure thing. Any particular one you'd like to zoom in on? Let's see, we have Sky up there, then looks like Mason over there on the left, and of course Sammy in the lower left. And then Ember is like chin and torso down on the heating pad down there. They are little sweethearts. I think, actually, Ember is quite popular. She is... I would say she is the snuggliest of all of them. She likes to come on in and get right up on top of you and get pet extensively. Sammy is I think second in line on that, but she's more of a just come in and sit on your lap kind of scenario. Let's see. The most cats I've had at any given time is 7. One might say I have a problem, but I don't. Yeah, I think... Yeah, we have all 5 of them. I think they're visible right now. Let's zoom in and verify. I think we can see Sherbet. As soon as the camera gets its act together. Yep, Sherbet's in the little box there. Well, good luck with the new school then. Hope that works out well for you. Have a good day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. Yep. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki's innocence successfully established, felt tricky. Mostly the innocence successfully. Kept stumbling over that part. We rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street, in the attic. Little wood-burning stove. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office. I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh, wow. Looks a bit different outside of his get-up, doesn't he? Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. Oh, something about the brown get-up makes him look goofier, whereas they seem to be leaning more towards handsome with this outfit. Interesting. So he's got the same like accentuated buttons, and the belt clasp is the same, has the same pattern that Iris uses. But his buttons, instead of them being like the belt clasp, it's almost like they're rotated to create a different appearance. Interesting. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. No, her buttons are the same. I must be misremembering it. Hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Is he gonna die before he gets there? Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Why did she need to bring out the gun when talking about the salad? I have questions about the preparation method. Is she taking salad shooter a bit too literally? Does anybody still get that reference? Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Cackle. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry. London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Drama! Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Nice, nice, nice. Save. Well, real quick break. Be right back. And we're back. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Okay. Nice picture behind the text there. Adventure of the Unspeakable Story.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
Diabolical. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. Let me push some buttons here. There we go. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land, who has succeeded 2 times in a row to defeat somebody who is considered unstoppable in the courtroom. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Knock, knock, knock. That is very blue. A little... whatever that is on the writing desk is incredibly blue. There's the Daruma he brought with him. That morning, I was awoken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato? Yes. It is time to leave. Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. It's like she's sleep deprived, but about participating in trials. So, what was it about? the telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. I just hoped that I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. Subtle. It's just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times in a row she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. Promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. All right, I understand. Check something real quick here. I suppose Soseki will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Wow, he lived that long. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo? Was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards to Lord Von Zeeks, the Reaper? I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. It bodes. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean that he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Von Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, and Soseki's trial. He's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Well, his worldview has been shaken. Once by somebody who has not really been involved in any sort of legal proceedings at all in this judicial system, and then again by that same person shortly after. Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials, then. Just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Ah, the Dharma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. I thought that was traditional. That you'd only have the one eye. Said I'd colored the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but... But you have one, haven't you? Twice, in fact. Because I feel as though I'm still lacking as a lawyer. Yeah, I thought the not having both eyes colored in was a thing, but I don't know about the traditions of coloring one in. Tell you what, why don't you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer? If you insist. There's this very blue thing. This must be the telegram. Let's see. No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. Sorry, Naruhodo, but you can be very mischievous at times. Then put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. Instead of leaving it out in the open all tantalizing. Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie. Listen to the music. I know it's supposed to be a Sherlock Holmes thing that he plays violin. But I thought it was that he knew how to play violin, whereas it seems like Sholmes only plays violin. Good morning. Iris. What is it, Runo? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. See, people say that with the assumption that I suppose with the assumption that it would be like a cat yowling horribly. But I would contend that the sound of a cat being strangled is the screams of a person as their flesh is cut into lots of little squares. Ah, yes, you noticed that, did you? Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Oh, wow. Clearly, he's not having a great morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Very cheery. Very, definitely having a good morning. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. Huh. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. This maximum mope. Dial the sulk up to 11. Damn this blanched existence. It is all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me. It's not so much trouble. Meow. Oh, hey, it's the cat from Natsume's place. Oh, look. It's Wagahai. Good morning, boy. Meow. Must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get here? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholm's desk. Wasn't there a great big machine over here? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? I mean, Hurley's great litoscope. More trouble than that than you would think. That's at Windibanks now. Sorry? It's at a Windy Bank? No, Windibanks. The pawnbrokery. Pawn? What? Mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I would have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? Doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. What's to understand exactly? What do you mean when you say we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise. How ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windibanks, you see. A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? does it matter? The world is dead to me now. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its mellifluent tones would make flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses are unamused with me. Nice. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man. The next, they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Tell us of the kitty. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home, then. Tries to suffocate you while you sleep. Perfect wake-up alarm? Yeah, that's a cat. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. Waggy. It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews as empty as the hearts of the muses. That is adorable. Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan. I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Runo. I use this. It's my latest invention. Does that punch square holes in things? What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right, it can make a cat flap for a furry little friend like Waggy in seconds. Yeah, and it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. That is a terrifying device, then. Even if it requires point-blank usage, that is super lethal. Wouldn't it have been quicker to just make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? You clearly don't know how programming works, let alone mechanical invention. Well, yes, maybe, but how can I make cat flap? Now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. It's reusable. I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Yep. Absolutely steampunk girl genius archetype. Ow. What was that? Magahai? Clatter, clatter, screech. What was that? Oh no. Magahai's tangled up in your violin. I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Mr. Shom's precious violin. Why should I care? Huh? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I know. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Wow. Very different sides of the room. Lots of pastels and whatnot. Hey there, Xcal. Welcome. Then you have, like, a very generic sitting room. And then the darker side of the area, so you can definitely see whose part of the room it is. This is the violin, is it? The Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio Stradivari. Wow. Fancy. I see. Doesn't look like anything special to me. It's moderate. I mean, it's scuffed around the edges, but that's just use. But you would think this part right here, it seems like it's a crack going straight down from one of the little sounding holes. We just started the Hound of the Baskervilles one. We just finished the one with the falling knife. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. Broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. That last one was really good. The sequence of events as they described them and how it played out really flowed well. And I think that's kind of the problem that I had with Danganronpa 2, is some of the cases did not feel good as far as how the events unfolded. It felt more contrived, you know? Oh, wow. They get better than that last one, then it's all smooth sailing from here. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No. There is none. Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? Huh? What do you mean, Miss Susato? Oh, Susie's right. The tone of the wood is completely different. That's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? Terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? Mr. Sholmes, are you all right? You're right. You're quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then? I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. So he put his violin in the hock and then took the wrong one back. Since they went to great trouble to establish the pawnbroker, like, using the pawnbroker the way they do. What do you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windibank's until last week. At the pawnbroker's. Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There's a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Yep. Always let a beloved child travel. Ah, okay, so that explains Pokemon then, does it? Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in hopes that it would experience personal growth? Or at least become the Pokemon master. What a wonderful idea. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Shaw. A fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. Kazuma was interesting, Excal, but as a main character, he would have become tiresome very quickly. He is definitely a mentor figure. It's like he very much had the same role as Mia Fey, and the fact that he hasn't been coming back to life to interfere is a good thing. I always felt that was one of the low points of the Phoenix Wright things, is when Mia Fey would, like, take over one of the Fey girls in order to participate in a trial. Or you would get her Jedi ghosting Phoenix to prod him along. It just emphasized it. It cast too much light on the idea that Phoenix was incompetent as opposed to him having an inspiration, you know? That's why I actually like Susato as a sidekick a lot more. Now, Maya was amusing, don't get me wrong, but Susato actually participates. She isn't just a cheerleader. But earlier, you told us you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Fressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? You must visit Mr. Windabank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Which one did that come from, X-Cal? I can think of just... it feels like it would be appropriate to pretty much every Phoenix Wright prosecutor except for Payne. Precisely, Miss Susato, without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. Ah, cool. New characters approach, then. Or at least on the horizon. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fress your eggs ever more obtusely. All right, say no more. Let's go, then. Press to eat or snack, especially often or in large quantities. Huh. Don't worry, Runo. I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later. Well, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. Cats are doing very well. Let's take a look. So it's still nap time for Ember. Sky is up there in his favored spot. Mason's napping on the bed. Sammy getting a little chin scratch down there in the play area. And you can just barely see him. But bottom center, Sherbet is in the little house on that cat tree. And a big stretch from Sammy. Ember displaying her socks now. They very much are. Little sweethearts. I still find it amusing how much more aggressive Ember got after she had to go into quarantine when some of them got sick. She takes no nonsense from the other cats now. A little puppy, huh? What kind? All the different things in the window of this shop. That's Windibank's, the pawnbrokery. It's much smarter than a pawnbroker's in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. Reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. What was the Simpsons line? But what doesn't kill us makes us stronger, right? Well, that can be the case, but in your case, it's left you weak as a kitten. Yep. Press the button again, didn't need to. Let's see, we got puppets, we got a very ornate calendar board. Really big chunky lantern. Many a shoe, many a clock. I wonder if this is meant to be a reference to one of the early Phoenix Wright cases, the little thinker statue. To some extent, not having a clear breed is a good thing. I mean, to a lot of extent. Something to be said for a clingy pet. So this is a British pawnbrokery. My, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato. And that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business, too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. It's so cool to see them present the characters in the scene as opposed to the just the character stills being presented in front of the scene. It makes such a difference. Even if they were still just 2D paper dolls, you know? Putting them in the scene would be interesting for that. Well, I'm always on the lookout for, especially for detective-y things like Phoenix Wright or Danganronpa, that kind of thing. They do have to be stream appropriate. I mean, since YouTube is a US-centered Google company, horrific violence tends to be okay, but explicit content needs to be avoided. Otherwise, I can't stream it. Sure. Welcome. Sholmes, sir. Welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers, after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. What are you doing, my dear fellows? You're not here to browse for interesting curios. You have come to teach this broker a lesson. Looks as though we'll have to talk to Mr. Windibank first before you can explore in here, Miss Susato. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago? Yes? The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibank. The color of this wood is different, it has holes in it, it's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Schultz. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. Oh, dang. Well, he's dialed it up, didn't he? I shall have to take my own life. Sholmes not stopping him. I don't think that will be necessary to you. Oh, okay, he caves. I may just say one thing before I pop off. Phrasing, jeez. Ah, yes. It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry. As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, "Ah, here it is." You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. The character animations are so excellent. I mean, some of it is leaping so far forward in time after the Ace Attorney trilogy. We don't get any of the intervening games right now. But still. Phew. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windibank. Evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition, now would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. Periodically, I watch anime, not too frequently. Though that's, well, I say recently, but, in the past decade or so, I haven't watched as much. I do read manga. I read a lot of light novels. It's kind of a toss-up with manga. It's an investment. What's one of the ones I really like at the moment, manga-wise, is I think it's called Miroko-chan or something along those lines. About a girl who has like really good supernatural senses, so she can see all of the spirits around way more clearly. Not only at all, but way more clearly than other mediums. Not sure what you mean by use trackers, Xcal. Extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes or some such. I really like that series, Xcal. If for no other reason than you get traditional anime character art paired with the art that they use for the creatures, which reminds me of the old Stories to Tell in the Dark book series from way long ago. Oh, no, I don't use any trackers like that. I tend to watch things on a whim. One that I want to watch, but I haven't gotten around to it, is Season 2 of Ranking of Kings. The overall art style is not, like, amazing to me. It's got a Dragon Quest, but even more cartoonish vibe, and I don't dislike it, but the execution of the art, like the animations that they do, are just amazing, like tip-top quality. Just overall, I like the story that they've got going, so I want to see how that goes. I'm reading Overlord. I do not like the anime. They cut a great deal of content and detail out of the anime. I'm reading Saga of Tanya the Evil. I prefer the light novel to the manga and the manga to the anime. Let's see. I've just recently caught up with Berserk, to the point where the artist has unfortunately passed away. I am interested to see how that goes. Alright then, Xcal. Have fun with your dog walk. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel. And unpublished. A story I have yet to read, you mean? Ah, forgive me. Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. The information is more important than your life, shopkeep. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Susato is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windibank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more. It houses something of great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident that it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? One would think that, well, no, Sholmes doesn't seem to be a reliably sensible sort. But you would think at least Iris would look at it and say, well, if we finish the manuscript, it's worth way more than we would get out of the pawnbrokery to get it published and distributed. Since Iris seems to make pretty good money off of that. Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Is this a story that he doesn't want to get out? Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you. On my life. This is all very strange. I'm reminded of Dibbler, Fergo Dibbler from the Discworld series, how he had a he had kind of a gimmick. But now for the life of me, it has escaped my mind what it was. But the idea that this guy's gimmick is essentially on my life. I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it? Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry. Aha, but for your splendid attire, ma'am. 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say. My, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. They are leaning hard into this concept. It feels like it's going to be important. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I praise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. If, in that time, they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. What happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell them before the 2 months have passed, then? That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. I mean, over-dramatic, but it would be a terrible blow to his credibility as a pawnbroker. The very idea, Mr. Windibank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who is telling us all it was a good day. Says the man who is telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. Let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windibank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windibank? Ah. What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are just 2 below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. A print from the camera set to record activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. You can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. Very clearly on the desk is a black and white photo that appears to be of like a golden retriever type of dog. You see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. Ugh. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say, that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late. Beg your pardon, Mr. Windibank? Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously place not 1 but 2 cameras in my shop, after all. Which means I must pay for nigh 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, you know? My dear fellows, we verge on the age where safety and security comes at a price. Oh, heavens help us! Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windibank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry? I've only loaded a single bullet. No one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Hey there, Tass. Just in time to see the most melodramatic shopkeeper. Good day to you then, Mr. Windibank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes, he says, still with the gun to his head. How are you doing today, Tass? So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Rough day or good day that hopefully rough day that you've been dealing with, or good day that you hope will not end. Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? Well, that's good. When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit. Little penny arcade. I suppose. You suppose this rather enormous machine does. Seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope. Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. I mean, if there are two little windows to look through, then the gimmick wouldn't require you to cross your eyes. Usually there's a divider down the middle of those kind of things to put the two images side by side. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Right then, I'm going to try it. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, you must see. At once. Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Yeah, I thought in a normal stereoscope there would be a barrier between these two, so that when you're looking at it, it does create that split. I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. look at this. What could this lovely, big, shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. My, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Let's see. Kinda pretty. What sublime sounds. It's like the music of angels. Never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Ah, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. With that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windibank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. Yeah, a picture of his dog. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. Huh? I assure you, Mr. Windibank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. You don't mean he'd blow his brains out? Indeed. In recompense for his blunder. Would he fire on a thief? No, not at all. He'd kill himself out of shame for allowing the thief to succeed. Oh my. But in any case, of course, we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windibank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windibank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Boy, there's going to be a case resulting from this, involving this premises. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth could you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I'm a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I'm frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder, and the prime suspect if this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. Burgled. Really be that we've been in Great Britain for 2 months already. It's gone by in a flash, hasn't it? And what an English gentleman you trailed off there, Susato. So sorry, when I thought it through, I realized it's not at all true, actually. I simply don't feel that any Britishness has really rubbed off on you. Nor you, to be honest. Well, that's obviously because... Yes, I know, without a doubt, it's your kimono. It most certainly stands out. I do adore the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful. But somehow I just don't feel ready to abandon my Japanese dress just yet. Wonder how Susato would look in Western clothes. That would be interesting to see. I'm clearly missing the flag here, so let's jump back to the pawnbroker. It's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? April 15th, today's date. It's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windibank. Who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh yes, I can see you'd be very dedicated to your job. Look at that. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch here. Look. We're going to open it, aren't we? That's amazing. Some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only a tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot afford more. Offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it? Seen all I need to see, young girl. Oh, it's the pickpocket again. This time with a black coat. Wait, don't we... I'm sure I recognize her. It's the young lady from McGilded's trial 2 months ago. Like, Lestrade? Gina Lestrade. A chancer earns her trust amongst large crowds, relieving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. And the coat suits her. Gordon Bennett, you lot. Oh, she stole the gun back. She's the one that uses a bit of rhyming slang. So she may have meant something other than the name when she said Gordon Bennett. Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. What? You remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black coat you have there? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windibank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. Great character animations. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there's really no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? It looks like a music box disc. Some kind of metal disc? And you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Susato can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Your Chevy Chase? I don't know. Yeah, rhyming slang. So she said... What she meant is over your face. But I don't know how you'd pronounce the first word, whether it was Chevy or Chevy or Chevy, but the chase part rhymes with face. I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. In front of the pawnbroker. Suppose, sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? But not this time, alright? I swear, that thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box. In a music box? What, you don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, huh? I know what a music box is, I've just never seen one of these discs before. The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays. So incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There's so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. I see, and that's it in a nutshell. You wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well... He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money. I know it is. Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Grr. He's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. See, and brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add. Ragged or disreputable in appearance, being in a decayed state or condition, dilapidated. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Dubious. Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry? What do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. See, a storage ticket, so... Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today? Is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Right, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank. Little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. Ah, okay, the coat. The overcoat that she redeemed. Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc, then? How does that come into all this? Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree to a price. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket, and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat which you returned to her care, as I had understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. She stole someone's storage ticket. Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like everyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. Doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man. It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. Oh, isn't he fancy? Well, his suit almost has a glossy look to it. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Even did the cane twirl. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There's no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious I ain't done talking with him yet? You think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Huh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker. Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs, too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Well, I mean, the guy has villain written all over his forehead, doesn't he? Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying? What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these back-slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Hello, Sammy. Grr. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. You think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, huh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence that the article that Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh? I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. Which would completely, which would greatly adjust his clientele. But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Anonymity. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's Professor. Yes, that's right, and all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. I mean, then why did you let her take it? If there's a keyword, if there's essentially a password handshake that has to happen, why did you just accept the ticket? So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. Wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of the deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword, but you didn't. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on the 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But how? This is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. What was that little dance? Like, I mean, he's clearly eccentric, but what was that little dance? Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? At least other people in-world noticed it. Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of others. Of course, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Okay. Enchanté. I mean, he commits to all of his gestures. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. No. Now, to the matter at hand. Really commits, like, he's got to practice that stuff. My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. I mean, black is a standard overcoat color, but given his whole outfit, I can't believe that that's the overcoat that he would use. Every move he makes, every breath he takes. Can't stand watching him. Ha! Nice. I mean, I guess. So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. Just... like, they're not all unique. It's... he has particular gestures. He definitely practices them in front of a mirror. Such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. Of course, sir. Here is the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another, or that is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, huh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. Yoink? What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Yes, there's blood on the disc. Because of those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on them. Found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to my old man. So you're not having it. Only you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again, so you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? I mean, if it drew blood off of his hand through those gloves of his... Oof, those are razor sharp. Just Play music in a mechanical music box. The piece of music which remains unidentified is stored on the disc. Hey there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? Am I going to resolve this? Get Mr. Windibank watching diligently over his shop while there are still so many things I'm curious about. Somehow I don't really feel like this is the right time to be browsing. Calming this fraught situation must be our first priority. I'm fairly certain that we can find just the great thing we need among the articles here in the shop. Oh, here we go. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest here? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So, feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place, whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? Only my candy bar loves me. I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. And why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Not were, are. It's a sad little man. Or, Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh? Surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? Seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. It's the right thing to do here. Well, let's hear it. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in somewhat of a predicament. The blue blazes have you been, huh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? The little cock of his eyebrow there. Mr. Eggert Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbroker today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, So, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned white as a hard-boiled egg. You know, because his name is Eggert. It would seem that once again Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? Time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. One of the better additions to the game. Mystery Man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. A piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. And even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need for such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. Oh, I love how he teleports around during these. And yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick is to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? In your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of our next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle? Mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod... is the broken handle of a shovel. Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Oh, he is firing in the opposite direction this time. Not just slightly off mark. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. We must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Wiggle, wiggle. Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter, to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. According to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works. Beneath the shop runs a sewer that adjoins another one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in the very proximity to the great in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Wow. Just... This guy can't do anything without it being really twirly. Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Lurid. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Like, having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, the picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. The government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top-secret police information, so keep that under your hat, please, said the man, shouting it to the high heavens in the middle of the pawnbrokery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Oh, these are great. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what was in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence, so I immediately broke it. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He really has plenty of shovels here, after all. Oh, my life! I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. I am not to be trusted. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Cue theme music. Course correction. Oh. Hey there, Levi. Welcome. Just a little late. Worry about it. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. It's revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Brought you to the shop in the first place, the staff recruitment flyer. So by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewer to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the street. How you doing, Levi? But he couldn't get very far with a broken shovel, could he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? I love... Look at the little cartoony sketch of Lestrade. Isn't that cute? Like, busy long days, or painful long days, or both. Oh. Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade, height 5'2", green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. Detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness, there's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Chibi hat. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. It's always one of those disconcerting things when the handling of a particular job is revealed to be lackluster. Like, where you thought everything was going well under, like, in a particular role, and then later you find out once that role is open or needs to be handled that things were not going well. Things were going very badly indeed. The details of this shop have been written down here too. Windibank's pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline. which is today's date, which would tell him when it was put in pawn too. Kind of like how you can get the opposite circumstance as well when it turns out that somebody is let go because they think they can cut costs, but it turns out that the person that was let go was actually like the critical load-bearing pillar of the whole business. And it's just that on the surface what they did didn't seem important, but what they actually did was critical. I listen to a lot of those YouTube channels that read like Reddit stories. And there have been a couple instances of ones I really like where there is a person that is like the old guard at a place and they do their job fine. But when it comes around to somebody trying to cut costs, they see this person doing this old job and think, well, we can get somebody else to fill in for them. But it turns out that the reason that that person is employed there is they give them an easy job to keep them in the company. And the reason they do that is that person owns all the patents on the process they use. So it's sort of like a happy agreement between them. But when that person is then forced out, they take all the patents with them. Would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper?
Take that!
The similar story is when somebody declares that, oh, I can do this person's job better, or that person gets blamed for something someone else did, and they're let go, and only then do they find out that that person was doing the work of like 3 other people. So when they thought they were clearing up one person's worth of expenditure, they find out that they have to hire like 3 or 4 other people to replace them. So what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing in the sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertained to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. Gasp. You originally told us... It's fun how sometimes you get characters that illustrate that you can actually see this happening when they're twirling around and triggering spotlights, that's actually happening. The people in the room are being subjected to this. That you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot. I've had this cane for years. He definitely hasn't, because the initials are different. Contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. What's a ferrule? It's the metal cap commonly found at the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't, though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's something secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Look here, Miss Susato. There's some letters on the handle. Yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be, HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh. AG. Why does this feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction, indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you'd had that cane for years. Grr. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. So he's covering... Yeah. The seam on the shoulder here is coming apart. Look. So it is. You know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl, but now that I think it was probably the sound of the seam ripping open. Look closely, it does seem to be a rather tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it in the front. If he were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. That I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? Is was the old Chris Farley routine like big guy in a little coat or something? He's really giving this some thought.
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalogue of untruths has been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. Even his shocked reaction is twirly. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Wiggle, wiggle. Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? I don't know how to fully pronounce the first part, but it's... Ne sais pas, something like that. I feel like there's part of that I partially recognize, but I don't recall. So, needlessly fashionable French. Ah, but the watchword can be discovered, as you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. Huh? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword related to the pawned property of another. Sealed by the council notice, which is wrong. By the gigantic frickin' ledger. Which would have been opened to the part 2 based on the note. Direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article, despite the fact that apparently Lestrade must have known the word then. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? A notelet. Look at this, Miss Susato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him, right before their eyes, and in alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see.
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has at hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. Would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent pawnbroker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Twirl, twirl, twirl. Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. How would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. The picture postcard tells us all we need. Articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windibank isn't even worth a penny. Yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it. Could we? Really? Better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Oh, for McGilded. A little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc. Look. A scribbled word or two. It's like somebody's name. For McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this?
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads, for McGilded. Gasp. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. Hello, Sky. Hey. So, you're an associate of his? Or are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. He was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Disc. Twirly twirly. Solvid. And that makes sense. McGilded did seem either familiar with or sympathetic to Lestrade. So when she mentions the old man, that makes sense. Oh, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat would have been redeemed, was it not? Could have been. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15th of April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You're, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose, however. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It'd be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? I'm going to try absolutely not after we save it. Is this a false choice? There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. And again, it may not. Mr. Windibank, this is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Mr. Windibank, no. All right, that's enough. Inspector Gregson. Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. What's this all about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. It would seem you have the upper hand. You lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Argy-bargy. Petty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met his end. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. The whole Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're going to have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Twirly, twirly, twirly. And he even twirls an escape. He's getting away. After him, lads. Whistle the beat officer, too. There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently, so we've fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning. the black outfit. Be taking that whatever it is of Mick Gilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, you don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. Sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. So that's the one with blood on it. That has now been made distinct. And the guy mentioned that there was going to be another one, so we will now have 2 different discs, and the blood stain between them is going to be a differentiating factor. Grr. And so we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And we're summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Ember seems a bit put out by the fact that Sherbet's got the warm spot. We're going to save it here. This seems like a convenient endpoint for the night. Nice little chapter division. Oh, stretch. But yeah, good times. We got through it. We got to see another of the little deduction spectaculars. And those are always fun. Especially when it veers off course so hard that this time. And we've definitely got a interesting villain character showing up. The very twirly gentleman in white. But yeah. Of course, we will be seeing more of this. Schedule is still kind of ad hoc. Trying to figure out how I want to do the schedule going forward. But this does give me some leeway to shift if so that I don't get too tired of the same thing over and over and over. But since this is our focus game, we will be playing this more often than not. If you'd like to make suggestions for the type of games or particular games you'd like to see played on the channel, then feel free to swing by the Discord. There is a link tree that will lead you there. Once I've given you permissions to the various forums, one of them is a suggestion box for the purposes of pointing out games that might match the channel or just might be fun in general. There's also one for pet photos and just general discussion. So if you're interested, swing on by. Otherwise, I am planning on a stream tomorrow as well. It will probably be more of this at this point. So thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you again tomorrow.